am back. I am back. Finally. It's been a very, very restful week. Sorry, I'm just trying to get our flight plan here. We're going to Prague from Copenhagen. 738. So I'm just trying to get our flight plan here set up. Departure time 45. Give me an extra 5 minutes or so. Book flight. And Schiphol is clear. And Copenhagen looks clear as well. Alright. Just gotta go and make this real quickly. No, 36 Romeo. Depart. Go. Copenhagen. For Prague. You're taking the 737-800 today. Alright. And sorry, once again, ladies and gents, I'm just trying to get everything set up here. Alright. Meantime, though, we can go ahead and get on the ground at Castrip. What's going on with this mouse? This mouse is being weird. Yeah, I'll take Delta 4. How about that? And get V-Pilot up. Connect. Yep. Sorry, I'm still trying to get everything set up and running here. Flight plan filed. There we go. There we go. Let me get Moby Flight up. Let me get RAS up. And alright. Looks like we're ready to go, finally. Alright. How do we do this again? It's been so long. What's that annoying noise? There we go. Oh no, that's a bug or what? Anyway, go and take from the ground power. Those to nav. Can go ahead and window heat on. Probe heat on. Hold off on the anti-ice for right now. Okay. Arm those emergency lights. Get the battery on. Battery's on and guarded. Those are in the correct position. Logo lights can go ahead and go on now. Wheel well on. Wing lights on. We can wait off on the anti-collision lights while I wait for everything to get up running. Alright. Well, it's been a minute. In case you can't tell, I'm still not. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Today is the first day in. Since it's probably Monday that I actually felt as if I could do the stream. So yeah, we're gonna try to go at this for as long as I possibly can tonight. Because we are still planning to get to 1,000 hours by the end of the year. Which currently we are sitting at 970, which means we need to find 30 hours between now and the end of the year to get an extra 30 hours in the sim. Anyway, let's see here. Electronic flight bag. Request data from SimBrief. We're going first things first. Sorry, the first legs of the day are going to be Copenhagen to Prague, and then Prague back to Copenhagen, and then we'll figure out where we're going to go next. I was thinking potentially somewhere in the UK. Potentially. Is what I was thinking. Anyway, what's that? What's the meter? By the way, our off-block time, in accordance to New Sky, is 50. So we have approximately 15 minutes, which is fine. Budget and knit. Go ahead and copy one of those over. Route. Flight plan request. SimBrief. Set payload. Set fuel. Select route. So I'm going to warn everyone now that there might be times where I have to step away just to take medicine and everything. I'm hoping that doesn't happen too much, but yeah, and then hopefully this doesn't come to a very abrupt end. At least that's what I'm hoping anyway. Load. Alright. Hang on 1 second. Activate. Execute. Alright. And what are the winds right now? The winds are 270 at 9. Okay. Noted. The winds are 270 at 9. What are the charts looking like? Departure. Port. Mm, 10-9. So the winds are 270 at 9. Let's. What does SimBrief recommend? I'm really tempted for a 3-0 departure today. No, they're recommending 2-2 right. Yeah, 2-2 right's the other option. Yeah, let's take 2-2 right. And we are on the South Wind Charlie. Two right. Salo 1 Charlie. Let's do that. Alright. Unit ref root. Performance init. Wouldn't request that. First day back in the sim since our Heathrow to Baltimore on a Sunday night. It's kind of insane. Load. Execute. Alright, and then in terms of the runway, or in terms of performance data, we have plenty of space. Oh yeah, we got plenty of space. Flaps 5, can't do flaps 5. You have flaps 10. You got plenty. You got shitloads of extra space. I mean, this is an 11,000 foot runway, so assume temp 5.5 on takeoff setting 1. Okay. Flaps 10. That will automatically calculate for us. The winds are 270 at 9. 270 at 9. Alright. And then for our V speed, it's going to be 150. 154. 161. Oh wait, here's a question. Do we have updated nav data that we have to get? We'll take an email when we do. We will. Okay, we'll do that when we get on the ground at Prague then. Is what I'm thinking. Alright, we can go ahead and switch TCAS on now. Squawk 2000. Okay. Just have a few final things we gotta do. Doing this. Get cruise. In accordance with what we have filed on VATSIM, is going to be 310. Gotta set that. In the meantime, up here, fuel pump on. So we can get that AP running. And get those running. Alright. We'll hold off on the rest of everything while we wait for that AP to fire up. What's our QNH? QNH 1030. On the QNH. Alright. Spinning on the APU now. Alright. In the meantime, just gonna do a very basic flight controls check here. Make sure that the throttle profile. That's not the correct setting. That's not the correct setting at all. Where is it? That's weird. That's weird. Alright. That's a little weird. Alright then. Let's go ahead and try to work this out. Settings. Controls. We'll take... Here, let's take that. Alright. Where's it gonna be? Let's duplicate that. Let's go ahead and apply that to 737. Alright. And then it's probably somewhere in here. If I had to guess. First off, that I'm just gonna set as normal because that's not working correctly anyway. Yeah, no, don't know why that's not working correctly. Maybe it is now. Okay, it's working now correctly. Alright, let's go ahead and, so you got the APU on, switch over to APU now. Let's go ahead and get APU bleed on, go ahead and get the packs off. Fuel pumps on now. What scene are we? Delta 4, push and start onto Sierra, facing south. Alright, let's see here. Release ground power. Release stairs. Just want to verify this here is working. Damn, what's going on with this thing today? Oh, I wonder if that has anything to do with chalks. Should be working. Good to my. Cache of traffic, Aeronaut 36 Romeo, stand Delta 4, position start on 2, Sierra facing south. Cache of traffic.
Locking gear.
Let's see here. Anything that I'm missing up here so far? Probably a few things. We can wait off on the anti-ice. Don't turn our beacons on now. We can wait off on the odometer. It'll be nose right, tail left.
Release parking brakes.
Okay, that might be a bit of a challenge.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at wheel.
Alright. APU bleed is on. Good. Fuel pumps are on. Good. Alright. It's number 1 now. Meantime, let's go ahead and start New Sky. Look at that, only 2 minutes late. Alright.
Set parking brakes. Waiting your confirmation for good engine start. Cockpit to ground.
I can confirm a good engine start.
You can disconnect. Unlocking gear.
Then let's go ahead and switch over to the engines. Yaw dampener on. Anti-ice on. Alright. Packs to auto. EPU bleed off. Let's do our flight controls check. Full up. Full down. Full left. Full right. Full rudder.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
Going to take care of all the flaps now. In the meantime, let's go ahead and set some of the stuff. So the course needs to be 217. On the course. Our speed, we'll set that, let's set our speed of 190 initially. Actually no, what's our V1? again? One 150. So set it to 161 because that's our V2. And yeah. Alright, let me just get the mouth graph up real quickly. Trying to use this, but not gonna work. Alright. Flight director's on, auto throttle on. Alright. Taxi, holding point, we'll call it Echo 1 for runway 2 to right, via Sierra, Victor, Bravo, cross runway 12, line up via Echo 1. Cash up traffic, aeronaut 36 Romeo, net taxiing now, holding point Echo 1 for runway 22 right, via Sierra, Victor, Bravo, cross runway 12 to continue on Bravo, and we'll hold Echo 1. Cash up traffic. Alright. Taxi lights on. Release that parking brake. And GSX completely failed. Again. We really got to get some proper scenery for Kastrup, also known as Copenhagen. Seems like I'm out. It feels like I'm in and out of here quite often now. Alright, let's go and set flaps 10 now. Get those on into it. May as well get everything on. May as well get everything on now. Continue like this. Don't know why that's all weird, but figure that out another time. Brass is up good. Oh shit, we weren't. Cash up traffic here, not 36 Romeo, crossing now runway 12. Cash up traffic.
Approaching. 1, 2.
Alright, we can go ahead and turn the APU off. Cache of traffic here, not 36 Romeo, now clear. Runway 12. Cache of traffic. Alright. Let's get out of here. Cache of traffic here, not 36 Romeo, lining up runway 22, right via Echo 1. Cache of traffic. Holy, how have we been at this for half an hour now? Got no fucking clue.
Approaching. 2, 2. Right.
Oh, that's smart. That's a little helpful.
On runway. 2, 2. Right.
Cache of traffic here, not 36 Romeo, taking off now, runway 22 right, via the Salo 1 departure. Cache of traffic. Alright. Thrust, set, stabilize. Airspeed. Airspeed alive.
80 knots.
Noted.
V1.
V1 and rotate. Whoa. What happened with that takeoff? Pause, read, gear up. What happened with that takeoff? Begin to put some flaps away. Cache of traffic here, not 36 Romeo, now airborne passing 2000, climbing now, flight level 100. Sorry, climbing now, flight level 140, cache of traffic. Speed 220. And turn. Alright, VNav, LNav on. Autopilot on. Final flaps away. Engines to flight. Should have been in continuous, but whatever. Clear direct sallow. Castrop traffic are now 36 Romeo, turning now direct sallow. Climbing now flight level 14. Sorry, flight level 310. Castrop traffic. Final call. Alright. Everything's looking solid up there. Alright. Alright. Well, we're off to Prague now. And then we'll go back to Castrop. And then who knows where we're gonna go next after that. I was thinking potentially Gatwick. What? Probably no fuel in the centers, that's probably why. You're clear at 310. Yeah, I was thinking potentially go off to Gatwick after we return to Castrop, and then potentially Gatwick down to Gibraltar, actually. I see traffic right in front of us. How much of a factor is that traffic? They shouldn't be a factor. When else did it plane fly? Yeah, it's that Air France or whatever it is going to Vienna. I think it's Aeroflot actually. Alright. So we're at roughly 14,000 now. Lighting lights off. Turn off lights off. Taxi lights off. Alright. Right, our top descent's right there. Really? What are the winds for Prague? 19 degrees 4. You expect runway 24 Gallop for Sierra. I think I've done that a few times now. Yeah, I have. Go ahead and throw this in. Oh, let's run my 2 for Erazu via the Gullo for Sierra. Alright. And I'll be right back. I need to take some medicine real quickly. I'll be right back in a few moments. Alright, and I have returned. I have returned. Alright. Hey, bud. Let me get up here. Alright, I have returned now. Just gonna pull those back up ever so slightly. Alright. Or cruising now. Or almost. Got some fruit pastilles here. Do you wanna dig into? Let's see here. Do you have any ATC online for Prague? Doubt it. Prague's one of those areas that doesn't have very much ATC online ever. No. And as of right now, it looks like we're gonna have the whole place to ourselves. We're gonna plan for runway 24, which I've landed on with David a few times. In terms of our descent at our discretion. Eventually we'll make our way to Arazu, and then eventually we'll make our way up for the ILS runway 24. Alright, let me just take a look at some brief real quickly for our landing performance. Automatic 1 on flaps 40. That cuts it a little close to where I want to get off at. So let's see here. So usually for prog, usually I try to get off either at runway 12 or at or at Delta here. It's usually where I try to get off. So in that case, I mean, we'll run roughly 5,000 feet to land. So, I'll break it. 3. Let's go 2. So it's 12,000 foot runway. There's no reason to use up the entirety of the runway. We'll go and prepare for auto break 2. What are the numbers? Intercept at 4,000. And then, yeah, it's quite high. So, let me see here. So the bar is quite high. It's 1356. Alright. 1356. QNH should be 1030. Alright, and then in a few moments we'll go ahead and descend. A moment. Anyway, it's been absolutely ages since I last had some fruit castles, and I forgot how delicious they were. And then in terms of this, essentially descent at our discretion. So. To be honest, we could probably go Goblet towards Hangdale Rival. Yeah, no, we'll just stick with what we got put in so far. Then at this next waypoint, at Luders, we'll begin our descent. Descent down to call it 140. Well, we'll call it 7,000 initially. Alright. Then we'll make our way back up to Prague after this. Or back up to Kastrup, also known as Copenhagen. Usually I'm landing at Prague in the 772, because that's usually what I fly whenever I'm flying with David, but today's gonna be different. We got the 737 right here, so maybe we'll see how we do. And it's been about 4 or 5 days since I last did any time this in, so whoops. Hopefully if you don't completely bash on the ground and leave a massive crater. But yeah. Alright. Actually, we need to begin Ernest a little sooner than I think. First off, that was never a cruise. Alright. Prague traffic, Aeronaut 36 Romeo, beginning descent now. Down to flight level 70. We are taking the Gallop 4 Sierra, arrival into runway 24. Prague traffic. And tomorrow night we'll do our weekly Baltimore to Heathrow flight. That's what I'm thinking. And then I don't know what we're going to do the rest of the week in order to get up to the 1,000 hours in Betson, but I do believe we are going to make it, though. Yeah, I do believe we are going to make it, though. Alright, where's my phone at? Where did I put my phone at? That's right. Alright. Yeah, I think maintaining 280 knots right now is fair. I think that's fair. Maybe we'll switch over to the 320 after this. Yeah, maybe we'll switch over to the 320 after this. For some reason, I'm kind of digging that thing right now. That was a bump of air. That was certainly a bump of air, wasn't it? Alright, tell you what. Turn now direct Arazu. Prague traffic, Aeronaut 36 Romeo, now direct Arazu. Prague traffic. Yeah, I'm thinking we might switch over to the A320 after this. To any one of them. But we could try. We could give the 340 one a go. I mean, we do have an update that we need to do for that thing. Yeah, we could switch over to the 340 after this. I mean, we do have an update for that thing we do have to do, but some more practice than that wouldn't be a bad idea. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, let's do that. Let's leave the 737 at Prague. And we'll fly some kind of Airbus back up to Kastrup. Actually, what do we have on the ground at Prague, out of curiosity? An A321 and we have an A320. So yeah, I'll take the A321 back up to Kastrup then. And maybe we'll try to fly from Kastrup to Gatwick or something. They would like to get back down to Gibraltar today, if that would be possible. Feels like it's been ages since we were last at Gibraltar. Oh wait, it's been a very long time actually. It's been since the Euro capitals. So in that case, maybe we'll make a stop at Frankfurt. We will go Kastrup, Frankfurt, OFBO, and then Gibraltar after. Or actually, here's a better one: Castrop to Gatwick to Gibraltar. Yeah, let's see that. And then we'll go out of Gibraltar, and then depending on timing, we'll try to go out of Gibraltar. Yeah, but that sounds good. That sounds good. Yeah, that doesn't sound half bad. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Gibraltar is an interesting one. And y'all thought that Gulf of Mike Tango was challenging, which it was. Gibraltar, I think you have Pappies for Gibraltar, though I don't fully remember. But Gibraltar's challenging because it's possible to have a tailwind from both directions, just because of the way the mountains are. So, oops. Alright. I don't really want to pull our speed back anymore, so go ahead and drop our rate of descent a little. So we are a little low now. We'll resume it in a moment. And tail, we can throw 4,000 in here. What's the nav rad frequency even? Just verify. I keep forgetting you have to put this in manually. It'll be course of 240 degrees. And then it'll be 109er. That's the gold one. Prague traffic, you're not 36 Romeo, reducing speed now to 50 knots. Prague traffic. That's about right. And I'll just ever so slightly add some speed brake to it. In the meantime, landing on its own. range down a little. Maybe from Castrip to Gatwick, maybe we'll fly the 340. See how that thing is again. Because so far I've been very mixed with it. I've had very, very mixed reviews with that thing so far. On the one hand, it seems alright. On the other hand, I don't like how it flies. But at the same time, I don't know whether to put that on Airbus or on or on any builds. This doesn't feel right. Our final print speed is going to be 139 knots. What's the updated weather? Wind now 190 degrees 5. Temperature -5, dew point -6, so definitely de-icing required. Anti-ice equipment definitely required on this. EKCH-1030, so no change there. Just as of 21 minutes ago. And you're saying visibility is cap, okay. So it's alright. Proceed direct to that waypoint instead. And we'll go ahead and begin to reduce our speed in a moment. This is going to set us up for a nice long, about 15-mile final, if I recall correctly. This can set us up for about. Yeah, this is gonna set us up for a nice long final. Prague traffic, you're not 36 Romeo and about 20-mile base now for IELTS approach, runway 24, Prague traffic. You can introduce our speed now, take it down to 220. Prague traffic, you're now 36 Romeo, reducing speed now to 20 knots, Prague traffic. Alright. Moment we go ahead and get some flaps up. Oh, for about level 4,000 then. Okay. Alright, Barnaby, up. Really am done. Go ahead and take some flaps to help out the aircraft. Prague traffic, you're not 36 Romeo is in 5-mile base inbound for the ILS runway 24, Prague traffic. I'll wait before we do any more flaps. Wait until we're fully established. One 6 is here right now. Prague traffic, you're not 36 Romeo, turning final now. ILS approach runway 24 will maintain speed 160 knots until 4-mile final. Currently on about a 15-mile final. Prague traffic. Gear down. Alright. So on the final now. Engines to continuous. Runway turn off lights on. Flaps are... Good, good. Anti-ice equipment is on. Auto brake is 2 is set. Go ahead and arm the ground spoilers. Alright. We are visual. We are visual with the runway now. I'm just go ahead and switch over to the A320. Hopefully an aircraft that's a little bit easier for me to use today. Take the I think we'll take the 321 actually. Alright. Prague traffic here now 36 Romeo now about 7.5 mile final. ILS approach runway 24. Once again 160 knots until 4 mile final. Prague traffic. Flaps full. I'm going to introduce now. Prague traffic here now 36 Romeo now 5 mile final. ILS approach runway 24. Prague traffic. Alright. Gear is down. Flaps are full. So far we are stabilized. We'll take this over by hand in a moment. Alright. Final call, Prague traffic, aeronaut 36 Romeo, landing now, runway 24. Final call, Prague traffic. Alright, take this over by hand in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. My controls.
Approaching. 2, 4.
You're getting really off.
Approaching decision height.
Continue.
Minimums.
Continue.
100. 50. 30. 20. 10.
Oh, what was that? Not bad, actually. Not bad. I wasn't expecting us to touch down that soon, though. Two in reverse, good. we now have the reversers working. Auto brake. Disable the auto brake. Don't stop on the runway now, you idiot. Don't you dare stop on the runway. Question, I used to sim in 2020 and try 20. No, looking back into it, what's your opinion? Go with 2024 now. Go with 2024 now. 2024 is good enough now, to the point where I'm happy to use 2024 all day long. So now 2020 is where all the add-ons used to work a little bit better, but now I actually want to say that 2024 works better. So just go with 2024. I mean, Asobo and everyone, they're updating it often enough to get decent performance out of it. I mean, it had a bit of a rough first year, but it's good now. Yeah, but I just tried to buy 24. Prog traffic here, not 36 Romeo. Now vacated runway 24. Prog traffic. Of course, mate. Of course. Alright, we'll just go ahead and stop here. Already got the flaps away. Alright. Let's see here. Engines can now go on the ground. And where we're going? Let's take stand 2-3, taxi via Foxtrot. Yeah. Taxi via Foxtrot crossing 91-2. Okay. Prague traffic air not 36 Romeo, taxiing now, stand 2-3 via Foxtrot, cross 91-2. Prague traffic. Alright. GSX, do your magic. Find that interesting. Alright. Let's get a move on. As far as touchdowns are concerned, I mean, I was expecting it to be... I was not expecting to hit the ground that soon. If you know what I mean. Alright, we gotta take the second one here. Then we'll go ahead and hop in the, actually my favorite Airbus, the 321. And go ahead and fly the 321 back up to Castrop. So I have been enjoying this 737. I have been thoroughly enjoying this 737.
Approaching. 1, 2. Approaching. 1.
Prague traffic here on a 36 Romeo crossing now runway 12. Prague traffic. Goal for tonight is to get up to at the very least 977 in terms of hours on VATSIM. That's my goal for tonight. Alright. Landing lights off now. Forgot that about this APU. Get that APU up now while I finish taxiing to the gate. CN23 will surely be right in front of us. Yeah, we really got to get some scenery for Prague. Right. Leave. This here is CN23 right here. You know, because I can't see anything. Gonna take the higher visibility. Alright. That'll do in terms of parking. Parking brake set. Alright. Go ahead and shut off all this lighting. Switch over to APU. Then you can go ahead and shut down both engines. Wait a second for those to shut down. We can go and turn off the taxi lights now. Alright. What is the damage? 9.91, also mine takeoff, which I knew was coming. 9.91. That'll do in the 737. That'll do. Alright. Right, let's go ahead and get into the smart bus. Let's go ahead and get into the 321. Alright. A321. And then in terms of stands, we'll take stand 1-3 actually. Alright. A321. Alright. Yeah, give me 1 second to go ahead and get everything up here. Let's see here. Book flight. Schedule packs. Let's see here. going from Prague. Let's see here. In our departure time, yeah, actually, let me think. Go departure out of here. Time 4:35 Zulu. Alright, let me go ahead and get this new flight plan real quickly. You're in the Phoenix IAE SL. Alright. Pre-file on VATSIM. There we go. Alright, there we go. Now we got this flight plan working. Alright, now because this isn't Airbus, I have to adjust that, unfortunately. So y'all can just see this. Alright. This will be our first time in the Phoenix with the shaky camera. Alright. External power on. Batteries on now. Get that on. Those two nav. Let me just go ahead and quickly update the title of this. Using a bunch of aircrafts. Bat. Using the 737 a321s. Alright. Save. There we go. Alright. So if y'all were to refresh your screens now, then you should see the updated stream title. Alright, let me just go ahead and set up my throttles here, which is literally just a single switch. I just verify that these throttles are working correctly. Yes, they are. At least they appear to be. Yes, they are. Perfect. Alright. Mass and balance. Load aircraft. Fast will take 6 minutes. That works. Alright. In the meantime, let's go and get the weather. LKPR. We're showing the METAR. Alright. Init. Quest init. are Aeronauts 36 Romeo. Our cost index in accordance with the sim brief is going to be 18. And then our cruising flight level will be 360. Back up to Castrop. Alright, flight plan. Departure runway 24, and we are going to be on the VNOX 5 Alpha. Alright, insert that. Alright. Oh, that's looking solid so far. Wireless alignment in 6 minutes. Noted. Alright. So the winds are now 180 degrees, 3 knots. Yeah. Okay. EKCH 1030. Alright, that's not bad. In terms of this performance data, let's see here. Departure performance. Sync. How much of the runway are we going to use? Stop margin 711 feet. It's not thrilling. Flaps 3 maybe? That's a little bit of a better margin. Yeah, let's do that. So that'll be V1138 146 148. Then flaps 3, and then up 0.1. Try up 1 degree of trim. Flex to temp 5.4. And those will be our numbers. Alright. First flight on. Alright, and I should say, let's go and get some dome lights on as well. Those on. Dome lights on. And alright, you'll have to give me 30 seconds. I'm gonna go upstairs, quickly grab a water bottle, and I'll be right back in a few moments, just while we wait for this aircraft to load up. Alright, are we fully loaded? It appears so. Alright, how long do we have until we are TSAT? We have 10 minutes. I only need a few more minutes. Alright, let's see here. Let's go ahead and get the nav lights to 1 now. Just gonna get let's go and turn on the APU now. In the meantime, we have a final load sheet here. Our zero fuel weight is 65.1. And then it'll be over 25.1. Alright. Oh yeah, no, of course, mate. You can join in. We are on the ground at Prague on VATSIM. Sorry, I'm only just now reading chat if that's been there for a minute. Of course, mate. Our TSAT time is in 10 minutes, so of course, mate. You can of course tune in, or you can of course join in. We are currently stand at 2-3, I believe. Actually, what scene are we? No, sorry, we're seeing 2-0 on the ground at Prague, and we're headed up to Copenhagen. So now I just need a few minutes to set up some wing views. Oh yeah, I think we're gonna go from Copenhagen to Gatwick after this. I think is gonna be the goal. So we're gonna try to be at this for the goal is to be at this for 10 hours. Though I don't know if 10 hours is gonna happen, but anyway, I just gotta quickly set this. No, you're good, mate. You're good. Let's see here. Nope. Where is it? Great. Some of these views are not great. I'll take that view. Aft wing right, and then do you have aft wing left? Yes. Import selected views. Alright. Alright. Can't wait to see you on the ground, mate. Cannot wait to see on the ground. Alright. We'll finish dealing with this in a bit then. In the meantime, I believe we are ready for push. GSX. Prepare for push back in departure. Thank you, Phoenix, for being the one aircraft to actually tune in to come in correctly. Alright. Just gonna quickly turn on those. No de-icing. Prague traffic carrying out 36 Romeo, stand 2-0, push and start onto Juliet. Prague traffic. And apologies if I seem a little fuzzy. I'm still getting over the flu, so that's right. I'm a little rusty at a few things today. It's been a good solid 3 or 4 days since I last streamed, and I'm still not 100%. I'm getting there though. Actually, it's been longer than 3 or 4 days. It's been 4 or 5 days. It's been since Monday morning, I think. Go lay down, bud. Go lay down. Nose right, tail left. This is a little annoying when that happens. Yeah, I know GSX. Parking brake released.
Commencing push. Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start until push is completed and brakes are set.
Alright, go and get all those on. Beacons on. Alright. And for right now, I'll just go ahead and hide chase plane. Don't need chase plane right now. Is your BFD working? It appears so. It appears so. Alright, then we do need to enable TCAS, which is something I always forget. That was a very, very fast push. This is getting it half annoying right here. There we go. Alright. In position, set parking brakes. Don't know why those are set to the up position. Ignition start. Then take engine number 1, start it first. Going to take engine number 2 now. This will be your first time landing it with landing any Airbus with a chase plane. Though I have been enjoying chase plane for the past week. Definitely adds an extra layer of realism, especially to your touchdowns that you don't otherwise get in the sim. Alright, that's engine number 1 available. In the meantime, go ahead and go flaps full for our flight controls check. Full up, full down, full left, full right. GSX, I can confirm we got engine start. Let me not forget to start New Sky. I don't know why GSX is being weird right now, but whatever. And then in terms of taxi, we'll taxi via Juliet, Golf, and Bravo, holding point Alpha for runway 24. And then once we're airborne, we'll go ahead and figure out all the view settings and all the, we'll figure out all the views once we're airborne. No, I gotta reset. Let me push the talk button real quickly. Alright. Prague traffic. Aeronaut 36 Romeo taxiing now, holding point Alpha runway for runway 24 via Juliet, Golf, and Alpha. Prague traffic. Alright. Parking brake released. Let's get a move on. Strobies on. You can go and turn that APU off. Damn, this thing wants to go. This thing wants to go. Yeah, this thing really wants to go right now. This thing's like, I don't like Czechia. This thing doesn't like Prague, apparently. Flaps at 3. Auto brake max.
Hi, Captain. The cabin is now secure for takeoff.
Yay! Noted. Take the weather radars up. No, I gotta get one of these days. I really need to invest in the Moza, in the AB9 and the FS projects stick. I really gotta invest in one of these days. Though that is like a $700 investment. So I think outside of a tiller, that's going to be my next big upgrade here. Alright, let's take a look here. Prague traffic, Aeronaut 36 Romeo via Alpha 1, line up runway 24, Prague traffic. Alright. Flaps are set. Speed brake is armed.
Approaching 2, 4,
Landing lights are on. Strobies are on. The APU can go ahead and go off. Takeoff config check. Takeoff config normal.
On runway 24.
Sorry about that. Alright. What departure are we on again? VNOX 5 Alpha, which means initial climb. Climb our discretion. So call it initial climb 14,000. Prague traffic, aeronaut 36 Romeo, taking off now runway 36 on the VNOX 5 Alpha departure. Prague traffic. Alright. Manflix 54, SRS green, auto thrust blue. Engine stabilized. On 20, everything appears to be normal. V1 and rotate. Positive, gear up. That felt like a very, very easy departure. Usually I struggle with those. Gear up. So I'm going to put some flaps away. Nose back down a little. Kind of felt as if the nose lifted up for me, but then it wouldn't go to an extreme level, which I do suppose is a good thing. Thrust levers. Climb. Lights detected. Prague traffic here, not 36 Romeo, now passing 4,000, climbing now, flight level 140, Prague traffic. Alright, and actually we can go and throw all the flaps away now. Let's bring the airspeed up first. Point that nose a little down first. Make sure we don't stall the aircraft. File those flight directors. Stay under pressure now. Autopilot on. Up to 360. Alright. Traffic here, not 36 Romeo, now climbing flight level 360. Final call, Prague traffic. Alright, that could have been a bit of that could have been a better departure, but not bad. I blame viruses for existing, by the way. Apologies about the cough, everyone. I have spent the past few days sick with the flu. And I'm only just now getting to the point where I feel like I can stream and do some flight sim. I'm only just now getting to that point, so. Alright. Our ETA for Prague is 5:41 Zulu, so that's in about an hour. That's about an hour. We're gonna try to speed up a little. Clear direct oligarchy. Clear direct oligarchy. Alright. And is there any ATC for Castrop yet? No, there is not. We took off 22 right earlier, so we can probably expect ILS approach into 22 left, if I had to guess. That's probably a safe bet to make. Alright, now's a good time to figure out these views after we switch the landing lights off. Alright. Main. Save that. Save that. Save that. Alright, and then I also need... That's not useful at all. Let's see what do they have in terms of this. The new experimental version of Chase Plane is visible. If you know, I'll have to get that later. Let's see here. Is it Glare Shield, is it? Like that. Yeah, let's import that. Alright. Go ahead and disarm the ground so there's no reason to have those on right now. There we go. There we go. do I think about that? You know, another nice thing about Chase the Plane is we can give you this view. We can give you all this really nice views, cinematic views. Something about Chase Plane that I like. Just check through real quickly. I always forget how addictive these fruit pastels are. They are quite addictive. So far we have the whole place to ourselves. I don't know how long this will last, but so far we have the whole place to ourselves. I really gotta put this down. Yeah, these things are really addictive. Alright. So let's figure out this arrival real quickly. We're gonna be landing runway 22 left, I'm thinking. And wind now 270 degrees 10. Out here. Give me 1 second, guys. if I've been speaking and you guys could not have heard me. Anyway, so what we'll do is we will go down to Gatwick after this leg. And then we will go off to Gibraltar after Gatwick. Probably end the night off at Gibraltar. Tomorrow night is going to be our weekly Baltimore Heathrow. And then probably a few legs beyond that, because it only takes about 6.5 hours, if I had to guess. Yeah. And then, depending on how we end off tonight and tomorrow night in terms of that 10 hours, we're probably gonna need somewhere in the range of about 10 to 15 hours left for the big 1,000. So yeah. Wait, that's the plan. That is the plan. Alright, that's gonna be 5.0 in terms of, well, no, that's a little bit better. Actually, wind. I keep forgetting to do this. Alright. Let's see here. Our top descent is in about 15 minutes is when our top descent is. You know what I was thinking we might try to give the 340 another go into Gatwick. At least that's what I was thinking. Unless anyone's objective to that. Now, it needs an update before I do it. But that's what I was thinking. So when I wait to see. No, so now wait to see for Copenhagen. Ooh, Bristol's coming on. Wait, no, no. Wait, what? That's weird. We could end up at Bristol. And I do love me a bit of Bristol. Alright. Beginner descent in about 5 minutes. Where's Grumpy at? No, he's not up yet. He was drinking last night. Grumpy was, Grumpy and David, and the two of them were, having some fun last night. I know they were having some fun last night, so. And well, last night I was asleep, trying to escape this stupid flu. Actually, I should not call the flu stupid because it's not stupid at all. It's a very, very smart virus. Alright. Begin our descent here in a moment. Our descent in 5 minutes here. I always go 5 minutes for top descent. Just be on the safe side because VNAV kinda sucks. No matter what aircraft you're in, kinda sucks usually. That said, though, we do need performance data. Alright. So, the borrow says 208 on the borrow. And then for METAR, the wind now 290 degrees, 11 knots. Ouch. Temperature 4. And then our final approach speed is going to be 140 knots. It's about average for final approach speed. Alright. And then as a tip from Grumpy, what we're going to do is we are going to set this guy up so we can set activate approach phase when we turn final. Alright. Begin our descent down to flight level. Let's see here. Let's go 9 or 0. Initial descent down to flight level 9 or 0. Level by Charlie Hotel 643. Cash up traffic here on 36 Romeo beginning descent now. Level 9 or 0, level by waypoint Charlie Hotel 643, and that is on the Monarch 5 Charlie arrival. Expecting ILS approach runway 22 left. Cash up traffic. Do have traffic right in front of us. A heavy 7 descending into Lexington, coming from Anchorage. So you have to caution. The weak turbulence from that. That's a pretty good night view right there, don't y'all think? That's a pretty good night view right there. Then after this, we will make our way over to Gatwick. And hopefully try to get a decent landing at Gatwick for the first time in ages. Feels like we've never been able to get a properly decent landing at Gatwick. It just feels like we've never been able to do it. And I don't know why. But that's just what it feels like. It just feels like we've never been able to land decently at Gatwick. We've done fine at Eddie. Done fine at Heathrow plenty of times. We've done fine at Baltimore plenty of times. It just feels like we've never done a good landing at Gatwick before, and I don't know why. It does just feel like that. Give me 30 seconds once again, guys. Back. My hands are really dry. I had to cry up lotion from across the room. Traffic in sight, traffic factor. That traffic's come a long way, though. It's coming from all the way from Anchorage. That traffic's come a long way. So it clears your Nesco. Actually, screwed Nesco. Clear track at this waypoint. Charlie Hotel 643. That one niner at or below 90, which actually means we can go down to 80. And in about 60 miles, we'll go ahead and slow our speed to 250. Actually, another grumpy tip he taught me. Change our cost index to 6. And what that'll do is that'll set the nav to relatively low speed. It'll slow us down to 260 knots, allowing us to control speed in our descent a little bit better. That's another grumpy tip I learned. Imagine if he's watching right now, finally saying, this guy's learned something. Imagine if Grumpy's just watching it now and he's finally thanking himself for teaching me something. Alright, so across the river here. So across the river here. And then once we get on the downwind, we will descend for the minute 0. We intercept at, I believe it's 2,500 if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it is. It's 2,500. And that gives us a 10-mile final. Okay, not bad. Good radar vectors, final. Right now, just chilling. I'm a little bored. Not gonna lie. I'm a little bored right now. I'm gonna tell you what, we can increase our speed a little. Actually, we can increase our speed a lot. We'll take our speed straight up to, call it 300. Drop our descent bit more. There we go. There we go. That's so much better. That's so much better. There we go. We're getting there much faster now. Much faster. In about 10 miles, so we'll go ahead and reduce our speed back down. Need to check something real quickly. Probably did get an area cycle email. Just missed it. Most likely yesterday. Weird. I did not. Weird. Did not get an area cycle email yesterday, despite our nav data saying we should be getting one. We should have gotten one yesterday. Weird. No. What we'll do is I'll take a look at the nav data before I go live again tonight. Yeah, I'll take a look at the nav data before I go live again tonight. I was feeling excited. Just trying to avoid that, but okay. Just gonna take our speed right the way down. Your speed right the way down. Then it'll be down to altitude 5,000. No new meter. Couldn't get your cam up now before I forget. And actually, anyways, all this stuff should go on now. Is we already below 10,000? Yeah, we do need caution in a319 taking off out of Copenhagen. So you have to caution that traffic. Oh dear, we actually have to take a look at that traffic. Pay close attention to what their intentions are. Alright, descent now, 5,000. Cash up to traffic, you're in the 36 Romeo, descending now, altitude 5,000 feet. Cash up to traffic. By 625. And we'll go speed 240 now. Go speed at 240 knots now. It looks like he's going to be going well above us.
Hi, Captain. The cabin is now secure for landing.
Yay, noted. Nice, beautiful bridge. Nice, long, beautiful bridge. And your field is right over there. Cash traffic, you're now 36 Romeo, reducing speed now to 20 knots. Descent now altitude to 4,000 feet. Cash traffic. Let me just verify QNH still. Now it's 1027. There's one of the runways. Go automatic medium for this landing. Alright. Tell you what, let's call it descent now, altitude 3,000. Call it flaps 1 now. Cash traffic, you're not 36 Romeo, reducing speed now 200 knots. Descent now out to 2,500 feet. About to make a base turn for the ILS approach, runway 22. Runway 22 left. Cash traffic. Actually, we need speed 180 now, if we can get. Cash traffic, you're not 36 Romeo, turning base now. ILS approach runway 22 left. Cash traffic. That was weird. I don't know what it just did there.
2,500.
None. Get the gear down in a moment. We're level 2,500. We'll go ahead and slow 170 now. Can activate approach mode in a moment. Might be a bit of a challenging landing. The wind is now 27 0 degrees, 12 knots. This might be a bit of a challenging landing. We should be fine though. At least it's not gusting. Catch up traffic, Aeronaut 36 Romeo, turning final now. ILS approach runway 22 left. Catch up traffic. Trim me more flaps, please. Alright, turning final. Gear down. Catch up traffic here, not 36 Romeo, now on about a 10-mile final. ILS approach runway 22 left, 16 knots until 4-mile final. Catch up traffic. Alright. Landing lights on. Speed brake armed. Go ahead and go flaps full now. Gear is down. Do you have a bit of a crapping going on? Catch up traffic here on 36 Romeo, now 7.5 mile final. ILS approach runway 22 left. Catch up traffic. Alright, gear is down. Flaps are full. Rear end spoilers are armed. Landing lights are on. Cabin is ready. Cleared to land. Oh, sorry, that's our landing checklist completed. Final call, cash up traffic, Aeronaut 36 Romeo now, landing runway 22 left. Final call, cash up traffic. Alright. It's been a minute since we last...
Approaching 2 left.
And let me just verify this. Something real quickly. What's our course weight? Fine. Alright. My controls. My controls.
100 above.
Continue approach. No, I'm gonna say we have to go around.
Minimum.
Go around. Catch up traffic here at 36 Romeo going around. Gear up. Sorry, I got distracted there. I got distracted there. That's what happened. Cash up traffic near up 36 Romeo is turning for a left downwind ILS approach runway 22 at left. Cash up traffic. Yeah, that was my fault. That was my fault. I got checked there, checking our maximum, then trying to check our maximum, then we forgot to pull our speed back. Then I noticed we were way off the runway, and it's like, no, we got to go around at that point. There's no salvaging that. There was no salvaging that. Alright. Let's go back in for another attempt. Gonna get the gear up for right now, and to be honest, guys, we might have to end here. I'm feeling sick again. Beginning to feel pretty horrendous again. So I may have to end it here. Which I knew was a possibility, unfortunately. We'll get on the ground. See how I'm feeling. Well, we may have to end it here. So we might have to end it here, unfortunately. We'll get on the ground and see where else. Yeah, we'll get on the ground. I'll take my medicine real quickly and see how I feel afterwards. But more than likely, we're gonna have to end off here at a cash trip. Alright, let's give this another attempt. We'll give it another attempt. In case of second go around, you will require diversion. No divert. To probably end up diverting to Hamburg, maybe either Hamburg or Frankfurt. Cash traffic, Aeronaut 36 Romeo in the base now for ILS retro 22 left. Cash up traffic. Cash up traffic, Aeronaut 36 Romeo turning final now. ILS approach runway 22 left. Cash up traffic. Activate approach phase. Alright. Gear down again. Flaps to full. Speed 160. Until 4 mile final. How much fuel do we have left? Probably not a lot. On board. Cash for traffic, you're not 36 Romeo. Now fully established ILS approach, runway 22 left about 7 mile final. Cash for traffic. Fuel. How much? 3.7, that's not a lot now, is it? In case of second go around, it'll be a diversion. Alright, let's not muck this up this time. Final approach speed 140 knots. Flaps are full. Rear end spoilers are armed. Gear is down. Final call, cash up traffic, you're not 36 Romeo, landing now runway 22 left. Final call, cash up traffic.
1,000.
Alright, take this over by hand in a moment. 5, 4, 3.
Approaching.
2,
2 left.
My controls. Followed in flight directors.
$500. $100 above.
Continue. Alexa, turn on Ryan's desk. Very, very pro. Continue approach.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20. Retard. 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 Drive.
Oof. What was that? What was that? What was that? How do we muck that up that badly? What the f... That was bollocks. What was that? What was that? Oof. That was quite hard. Cash up traffic, you're not 36 Romeo now. Vacated runway 22 left. Caution crater on runway. That was not great now, was it? Alright, let's go to Delta 4. Right where we're at. After you clean up the aircraft a little. Alright. Flaps away. APU on. Taxi via Bravo. And Romeo stand Delta 4. Runway 12. Cash traffic aeronaut 36 Romeo taxiing now. Stand Delta 4 via Bravo and Romeo to cross runway 12. Cash up traffic. Oh, bloody dear. That was a mess. That was a true mess, wasn't it? One decent landing in the 737 and one extremely hard landing in the 321. Oof. And that was after a go around as well, by the way. That was after the go around. Turning to the stand. I'm gonna go take some medicine. I'm gonna find out if I'm able to continue the stream or not. I might not be able to if my voice doesn't sound bad enough. If I'm not able to, then I'll give you all a delightful handoff. If I am, though, then we'll make our way down to Gatwick. Like, kinda doubt it. So, that's the plan anyway. Cash up traffic here, not 36 Romeo crossing runway 12. Cash up traffic.
Approaching. 1, 2.
Alright, we can go ahead and take engine number 1 shut down now. It's off as it's taxing now. Delta 4. And we just kind in this corner right here. Parking brake set. Engine number 2 shut down. Beacons off. 9.38. Alright. I'll be back in a few moments. I'm gonna go find out. I'm gonna go take some medicine real quickly. Be back in a few moments. Alright, so here's the deal. We're gonna try to do one more leg for the night. We're gonna try to do one more leg for the night. We're gonna try to make our way down to Gatwick. It'll be our final leg for the night, though. we'll skip out on Gibraltar. We'll probably do Gibraltar tomorrow, maybe tomorrow night after our Heathrow. Sorry, after our Baltimore to Heathrow. Anyway, let's get down to Gatwick. Just gotta go ahead and follow this flight plan real quickly. My airlines, aeronaut. Sorry. Book flight. Schedule packs from EKCH to Gatwick in the A321. Alright. Duration. Time. Yep, that's all fine. Some brief. New plan. Depart. Bound for Gatwick. 321. Alright. Generate a flight. Pre-file VATSIM. Alright. We are actually going to make our way down to Gatwick now. Despite my best intentions. That's what we're going to aim to do. I just need to reposition this. I have new GSX version. Okay, noted. Alright. Did I already pre-file this? I did. Good. Alright. Dismiss. My flights. Import next flight. To Gatwick. Mode aircraft fast. Alright, in the meantime, init. Request. Should be about a 2-hour long flight here, if I had to guess. What's your cost index? 12. Cruising is going to be 360. Alright. departure into to right. We are on the Adon 1 Charlie. Insert that. Alright. Putting on that final fuel on the final load sheet now. And once again, guys, I'm sorry about all this. This is what happens when you get the flu. Why the fucking... I don't need to be sending these messages at freaking 12 o'clock at night. Doesn't need to be sending these messages at freaking 12 o'clock at night. Just freaking 50-year-old, yeah. It's like a freaking 3-year-old. Waiting on this aircraft to load at this point. That's all we're waiting on. I'm probably set. Not helpful when this happens. Not that long until this aircraft's loaded. Out of curiosity, how badly are we parked? Not badly. Alright. Staying on this final load sheet here. In terms of departure, though, what time did I put in? Again, for our push and start, put in 6:30. Yeah, put in as time 6:30. So that gives us roughly an hour. That gives us roughly 7 minutes before we have to push. Alright, aircraft loaded, yay. Should be able to push in about 3. Departure. Yeah, no, not on that margin. Flaps 3. But that's a much better margin. That's a margin I'm happy with. Alright. 3 up 0.08. Flex to temp 5.3. 147. 158. 161. Alright. Now in terms of these lights, I can go off. Not ready for that yet. Alright. And then in terms of fuel page, 669 over 679. I'm sorry, 76.9. Nope, an idiot. 26.3. Alright. It's gonna push. And I'll skip out on GSX for this push, because GSX continuously fails me here. It's unbelievable, but GSX continuously fails me at this airport. Cash up traffic here at 36 Romeo, stand Delta 4, push and start facing north on Romeo, sure, on Sierra. Cash up traffic. That'd help. Alright. Ignition start. Beacons on.
as we are about to demonstrate the safety features aboard our Airbus A321. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard our Airbus A321. Life jackets and the brace position, which you must adopt if you hear brace, brace. There are 8 emergency exits on this aircraft. The cabin crew are now pointing out the. Please be aware that your nearest usable exit may be behind you. Guide you to an exit. In an emergency, leave all baggage on board. Your seatbelt is fastened, adjusted, and released as shown. It must be fastened whenever the seatbelt signs are on, and we recommend that you keep it fastened at all times. If the
Bring brakes up.
SFI fails, masks will drop.
Alright, dual engines. I think I can confirm good engine start. Yep, we can go ahead and do our flight controls check now. Full down, full up. full left, full right. Alright. Start new sky. Beacons are on, right? Yes, they are. Alright. There's lights to taxi. Cash of traffic, not 36 Romeo, taxiing, holding point, Echo 1 for runway 22 right via Romeo and Bravo. And we will cross runway 12. Cash of traffic. Alright. Parking brake released. Claps to 3. Ground spoilers armed. Don't need the APU anymore. Let's get home to Gatwick. Actually, Heathrow's my home, but don't tell anyone that. Let's get home to London. Let's get home to London. Cash up traffic here, not 36 Romeo, now crossing runway 12, cash up traffic. Let's get home to Gatwick. It's been a minute since you were last at Gatwick on the channel. Feel like Gatwick's a bit of a word.
Approaching. 1, 2.
Feel like Gatwick's a bit of a worthy airport to fly back to. It's been a minute since we were last at Gatwick. Well, actually, we were just at Gatwick the other day. Come to think about it. We were just at Gatwick, what was it, Monday morning before I got sick? It's been a minute since we last flew into Gatwick, though. Alright. Cash up traffic here at 36 Romeo, now clear of runway 12, lining up runway 22 right at Echo 1, cash up traffic.
Traffic scanning at 30, start charging the pushing American lobby.
Approaching. 2, 2. Right. On runway 22 right.
Alright, everything appears normal. Alright. Cash traffic aeronaut 36 Romeo taking off runway 36 right now. Sorry, runway 2 right. It is the Audon 1 Charlie departure. Cash traffic. Alright, the rest set. Manflex 53 SRS green, auto thrust blue. Airspeed alive. Go ahead and rotate.
On taxiway.
No, we're not. Shut up. You're fine. Don't know why that just bugged there. Gear up. Pause rate. Time to follow the flight directors. Cash up traffic here, not 36 Romeo. Now airborne passing 2500, climbing now flight level 140. Cash up traffic. Follow them, flight directors, you bastard. Alright. And we'll go ahead and make that cruising now 360. Final call, cash up traffic here on 36 Romeo, and climbing now flight level 360. Final call, cash up traffic. Hopefully we'll have a much better landing at Gatwick than we had at Castro. I didn't start this time. That would be awfully bad. Our ETA for Gatwick is currently 8:01, so that's about an hour and a bit. Alright, I'll be back in a moment. I gotta go see if I can try to make myself feel a little bit better. Back in a few moments. Alright, so bought a box of tea this morning for the first time in about a year. Actually, it wasn't even this morning, it was this afternoon. Actually, it was like an hour before I started the stream. Went to Safeway, picked up a box of Twinings. Of Twinings Irish breakfast tea. So we're gonna see how this is. We're gonna see, is this worth anything over the Yorkshire tea that I've been chugging for the past few months. And actually, to be honest, this box of tea, it's essentially gone. But this tea has been through so much now, I'm just gonna throw it out in the rubbish. So that tea is officially done. Anyway, we're gonna get this box of Twinings Irish breakfast tea a go. Yeah. Got the kettle running just a minute because we're not in the UK. We are flying to the UK. Oh, nice. These are all individually packaged. That's helpful. I don't say that sarcastically. I do actually genuinely, truly mean that that's helpful for me. To have each individual thing individually wrapped means that I don't get screwed if I have to do any more construction work in the room, which I'm sure I will have to at some point. Anyway, we're gonna see how this. Oh, that's gorgeous. Oh, that's a good view. That's a good view of the aircraft. That's a good view. That was a good view. That one I'm not digging. Not exactly digging that one. That one's meh. I know it's in cinematic for this, so it's fine. Yeah, our ETA, by the way, is 8 o'clock, so it could be wrong. Alright. Actually, we probably have a few things to do. Lane lights off, those off, those off. Strong red splitters. Alright. I've been getting back into it. I was wondering if the mod. I don't do mod. I only do the only moderators myself. I only the only moderator here is myself, unfortunately, and I'm not, and until the channel grows to a point where I am not able to single-handedly control the content that goes on in chat, I will forever be the only moderator. Sorry, Landon. That's the way I do things here. So. Yeah, until the channel grows to a point where I can't handle it myself, I'll just handle all that stuff by hand, and I don't even have any like the chat box, any of the chat box or anything set up or anything like that, because I'll just do it on myself. I only have the one chat to pay attention to right now, though I am potentially thinking about restreaming to Twitch at some point in the future, but I don't know yet. So, alright. Yeah. Let me just go ahead and get the updated winds because clearly our wind ETA is not accurate. Insert. Gatwick ETA is 8 o'clock Zulu. So that's 3 a.m. my time. That's about an hour and a half. That's about an hour. That's not considering the arrival. Let's see here. What have people been? People are taking 08s. That's what I figured. That's what I was kind of thinking as well. What's the meter looking like? (030°7). Yeah, that's definitely 08 day. Alright. You're on the Army 1 Golf. ILS 08 right from Timba. Right. Arm 1 Golf. Insert. Alright. From Timba. Alright. That'll be fine. Our challenge is not to get too low. Or it says 2,000. It only means 3,000. That's what I've been told. Because that is a significant failure of mine that I've had in the past. Alright. Kettle is finally brewing. I'm going to try to get some tea. Try to smooth out my throat a little. Probably on the day off at Gatwick, to be honest. Was kind of going to get to Gibraltar, but not going to happen anymore. To Gibraltar. We'll get to Gibraltar another day. We'll do Gibraltar and then end Madeira another day. Do a day of challenging runways. Do a day of challenging runways. Where is... There it is. Gonna check something real quickly. Oh, people are awake. Alright. Ah, that's a pretty good view. That's a pretty damn good view. Wonder if that's Grumpy tuning in. No ADC delay required. That's what that was. Alright. Get some fresh Twinnings Irish breakfast tea here. See if that's anything worth drinking. It was $20, so it was $20. I think it was $20 bucks. So kind of better be worth it because the Yorkshire teas, that was 15, and I think I got something like 300 packets out of that thing. I think that thing has like enough tea for it to last me an entire year. Rather, this one has 50 packets. So I mean, $20 isn't that much, but still, there's a pretty significant price difference when you think about it. You will see how the Twinnings tea is. See if it's better than the Yorkshire tea. Right. At Gatwick, we have to try our best not to fuck up the approach once and go around. We have to try not to do that one. We got to try not to do that. And then we also got to try not to fuck up the landing and leave a massive crater on the runway, like we just did at Kastrup. That's what we got to try not to do. Yeah, that was 1.75 Gs is what the previous landing was. Ouch. That was pretty horrendous. 1.75 Gs. 626 feet per minute. And by the way, by the way, I've been told that feet per minute doesn't really matter if your Gs are off the floor. Or right. You want to be paying attention more to the Gs than the feet per minute. 1.75 Gs. Ouch. and we just want to go, and we did a go around prior because I messed up. Because I messed up and I didn't force feedback until way too late. Alright. I'll go ahead and open up Discord after the stream and twist this. At least we're landing into Prague is not bad. 1.91 is an offset line takeoff. Which I don't know what on earth happened with that takeoff, but it did. 1.2 Gs, which is really quite good. So. Yeah. Grumps. Alright. Then we are getting blown around up here. You can really see the swaying. You can really see the swaying right there. Making me sick. Oh wait, I'm already sick. Damn. Alright, let's see what this tea is all about. Go light on it, only half a cup. Because otherwise I'll be awake all night, and I'm not too up for that right now, unfortunately. By the way, our new ETA for Gatwick is here, right, is 8:10. Does that include the Talia transition? Timba, it does not. You have to include that real quickly. Timber. Update. New ETA for Gatwick is 8:11 Zulu. So, just over an hour. Let's do the Wordle. Let's do the Wordle. It's been a minute since I last did a Wordle. You have an A and a T. Great. No, that one. Let's see here. No clue. It feels like it starts with the T. Y'all can barely see that. Let me go ahead and blow this up for you. Let me go ahead and blow it up for y'all. And let me tell Chase Blaine to do its cinematic thing. since we have plenty of time. No clue. No clue. Oh, that's a good view. That's a freaking good view right there. Chase plane is making the sim look beautiful somehow, and it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be, but chase plane is. Rate. Doubt it. No. That would have been another question anyway. Any ideas? It's been so long since I last had to do one of these. Kind of forgot all my skill. I used to have like a really long streak of like a 200. I used to have a 200 day streak on these, but I don't have that anymore. Obviously. Here's a stupid idea. Okay, that gets me the A. That gets me the A. I got an email. You've got mail. Tapio? Is that even a word? No. I give up. Sorry, Grumpy just sent me a message. Oh, that's a good view. Yeah, that's a good view. They're getting blown around like crazy, though. Don't know why. Maybe we will go down to Gibraltar afterwards. I'm feeling a little better. We ought to be ready now. Let's see how this Twinnings cheese. Have a thing of Guinness in there. If this doesn't turn out very well. Alright, where is it? Let's see how good this tea is. Oh, Luxembourg's coming online. Tasteless. As is what I previously found every... Actually, it's not tasteless. I can't say it's tasteless. Twinnings tea is not my favorite. Not great. Just not great. Let me go ahead and make it full proper cup of tea. Give it a proper change. So far, not my favorite. Yeah, so far Yorkshire tea is so much better. And of course, frickin' ground tops online after we leave for a cash trip. Just my luck. Don't worry, at this rate, when we get on the ground, after we get on the ground at Gatwick ground will hop online. At this rate. I mean, hell, may as well be Clark. Right. Clark's okay. Yeah, not great. Not great. Not great. And we are still getting blown around up here. Oh, that'd explain that. Frickin' 150 knot crosswind. Or sorry. No, I'm reading that wrong. 20 knot crosswind. I'd explain that. So we got clear direct Barbie. Wait, actually, I really want to do that? Yeah, I do. Clear direct Barmy. And we can take a look at this arrival. That will help, at the very least, help us smooth out a little. That'll smooth this out a little, because now we're going into the wind, as opposed to out of the wind, or as opposed to against the wind, if you know what I mean. Actually, looking at that, it'll help us, it'll only help us out a little. It won't help us out by that much. Something is better than nothing. Alright, and then for this arrival, let's go and take a quick look at it. So 260 level Barmy, then 220 level Odd-Rob. Then it's 140 Abaton. Then 250 level by Kilo Echo 6370 level Timba. And then we go direct all the way down to probably about 3,000 here. Go from Timba to Mayfield. And then, yeah, 3,000. It'll be descend down to an altitude of 3,000. Level around here for the final approach for runway 08 right. So that'll set us up on about an 8 mile, about a 9 mile final. So, if I'm doing my math correctly. Gives a missed approach, which we did have earlier, and we did not follow the standard missed approach procedure. Just followed the pattern. It'll be up to 3,000. Or sorry, climb to 3,000 straight ahead until passing 2,000, or 1 mile. Or 1 mile out, whichever's later. Turn right with a heading of 178, then as direct. Yeah. $3,000 level by there. And then, yeah. Actually, we can go ahead and throw in the bar now, because that number won't change. 396. Alright. Heathrow looks fun. Actually, Heathrow does not look very busy at all. Heathrow doesn't look very busy. Especially for a Saturday morning. Kind of surprised by that. In fairness, it is only 7 a.m. on a Saturday morning, and it's Christmas time, so who on earth wants to be up this early in the morning, but yeah. Anyway. I mean, aside from Grumpy. He's the only one insane enough to get up that early. So. I feel like that. I don't know why that's. I don't know why the dot's not there on that. How long until our top descent? Or our top descent's actually not been too long. Actually, we could begin our top descent in about 2-3 minutes, to be honest. Yeah, we could begin our descent in about 2-3 minutes, to be honest. Stream me later. These things are addictive. Those things are way too addictive. Right, in about 2 minutes, we'll go ahead and begin our descent. Alright. Barmy 1 goal. Gallic traffic, aeronaut 36 from you. Beginning descent now, flight level 260, level by Barmy on the Barmy 1 Golf arrival. Expecting ILS approach into runway 08 right. Gallic traffic. Alright, we'll take another grumpy trick here. Quats index 6 now. And that'll help us manage our speed a little bit better. We're gonna aim for a decent landing into Gallic for once. We're gonna aim for a decent landing into Gallic, which usually never happens. these things are addictive. Someone should take these away from me. There he is. He's going. Is he working on the, I have a theory on what I'm just doing right now. Pole to pole. I think he's working pole to pole right now. Someone's already completed it somehow. Someone completed it in 6 days. It's not a super long one. We'll begin to knock it out next week. Is what I'm thinking. We'll begin to knock out the pole to pole next week. After, you know, our Heathrow, Baltimore Heathrows. We're going to do a Baltimore Heathrow tonight, and then a Heathrow to Baltimore tomorrow night. Is what I'm thinking, anyway. I think even with those, we're still behind about 5 hours. We need to make those 5 hours up somewhere. But I don't know. We're trying desperately hard to get 2,000 hours by the end of the year on VATSIM. When we get on the ground at Gatwick, we'll see where we're at. I think we'll be probably around 976 by the end of today. And I don't know if I have it in me to do another leg tonight. We'll see. I was thinking potentially down to LFBO. Potentially. Either down to LFBO or Gibraltar. This is what I was thinking anyway. Alright, what's the next waypoint we have to drop to? $220 level by Odd-Rob, which means we have plenty of time to level off your 260. We have 6.7 in terms of fuel. What is our gross weight at? Good, we are below our maximum landing weight. Our maximum landing weight in this aircraft, by the way, is 77.8 tons. Can I get a good screenshot out of this? Yeah, I probably can. That probably ought to do. Yeah, that ought to do. That's a pretty good screenshot. Alright, once we get to Sanok, you will descend further. Descend 240. Throw in more destination data in a moment, just as we get a little closer. Cali traffic here, not 36 Romeo, descent now, level 220, level by Odd Rob. Gatwick traffic. That was traffic that I was not aware of. Coming out of CM, so that's why. He's above us, though. He's above us and we're descending, so it's all good. Take it. What do we need to be at? 140. Yeah, I'd say that's doable. Direct Aptum. Galwick traffic here, not 36 from you. Descent now, flight level 140, level by Abton. Turning now, direct Abton. Barmy 1 Golf arrival for Galwick traffic. Not as good. Not as good. There. $27 for, well, at least it's good, not alcohol. $27, so that's a bit steep. It's like $5 a can, something like that. Seriously, someone take these away from me. Otherwise, I'm gonna eat all of them. By the way, our alternate for today is going to be Stansted. gonna pick up our rate of descent a little bit. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Maintain good speed until then. I'll maintain the speed until then. And we'll try not to bash a crater in the runway like we did at Kastrup at Copenhagen. Try not to bash a massive hole in the runway. Alright, then we'll go to descend. Maybe we'll level off and then I don't know. We'll figure it out in a moment. Now's a good time to put in arrival performance, our arrival data though, because our destination data because we didn't do it earlier. So I wanted to wait until we got a little closer. Get a bit more accurate numbers. QNH is going to be 1032. Damn, that's a little high. Temperature will be 3. The wind 020 degrees 8. And our final approach speed is going to be 143 knots. That'll be our final approach speed. Nud. QNH 1032. So that's what that's going to be. Tell you what. Proceed now. Direct timber, descend for level 70. You just verify traffic before I make that move. Yep, traffic. No factor. Gatwick traffic, turn up 36 Romeo, turning now, direct timber, descending now, flight level 70, level by timber, Gatwick traffic. Gonna be focused on landing. He's got an Emirates 777 coming in right behind him. He's gonna love that. He's on the ground at Golf Foxtrot Lima Lima. Where's that Emirates 777 talking? Not going to the same place. It'd be weird if it was. Yeah, I'm thinking we're gonna do the entirety of the pole to pole. I'm thinking we're gonna aim to do it in the 737. just to really nail in how to fly that thing, because I still don't feel great at flying it, to be honest. But at the same time, I am getting better. I feel like I'm getting better, but I still don't think I'm exactly great at flying it. So, but anyway, that'll be the goal. I think that'll be what we plan to do. I think we're gonna do the entirety of the pole to pole in the 737, just to really nail in how to fly that thing, because I do need to get better at it. That's the way I am getting better with it. So, considering we didn't do the entirety of the Euro capitals in the 772. No, we didn't. No, we did that mostly in the mostly this actually. Mostly in the Phoenix. That was like the first. That was like the first time that I was like that I truly was like, I can switch over to 2024 now. Is with the we were working on the Nook leg of the around the world, or sorry, of the Euro capitals, and that was like the first time that I was like truly like, okay, we can actually do this now. I reduce speed now to 5 knots. The warning, yes. See what's hopefully the warning. And I'll let it sit less. There we go. That's the way to do that. The question is, where do we go beyond here? So I don't know if I want to fully get down to Gibraltar today. And not to mention, that would be a reasonably long leg. Let's just call it here. I mean, been up to Eddie a fair amount recently. So I think I'll pass on Eddie. We could go Bristol. We could go up to Bristol. Going up to Bristol is always much fun. Clear track, Mayfield. No point in not going direct to Mayfield. Once at Mayfield, we will go ahead and descend down to an altitude of 3,000. Gallic traffic, here not 36 Romeo, turning now direct to Mayfield. Gallic traffic. Is Grumpy gonna do the next leg? No, he's hopped offline. Someone's taken our spot. No, it hasn't. Sorry everyone. Yeah, we'll stay level 7,000 for right now, and then we will descend to 3,000 once at Mayfield. And we'll go rate our vectors at Mayfield as well. That left on ceiling. Getting close there. Somehow I'm low on this yet again. I'm low on this yet fucking again. How is it that I'm always low arriving into Gatwick? How is it that I'm always fucking low arriving into Gatwick? I have no clue how it is, but I always end up low into Gatwick. How? How is it that I always end up low into Gatwick? Alright, let's get a heading. So, 08, 0 degrees, 240 degrees. To make it a heading of 250 degrees, that'll keep us going inbound ever so slightly, but also keep straight in for the downwind. That said, though, it is about 20. We got plenty of separation there. That's about 15 miles. So maybe we'll make that the heading of 260 degrees downwind. Oh, landing lights on. All that stuff should go on.
Hi, Captain. The cabin is now secure for landing.
Noted. Thank you. Alright. And I got the field in sight. Gatwick traffic, you're not 36 Romeo, descending now altitude 3,000 feet. Turning with a heading of 260 degrees. This is a downwind vector for ILS approach, runway 08 right. And we are slowing our speed now to 220 knots. Gatwick traffic. Wind 032. I need to get a screenshot of this. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to end it off here, unfortunately. That's fine though. 5.5. By the time we land and get everything unloaded, it'll be 6 hours on the Vatson network. Means we have 24. That means we have 24 hours left for it. Not too shabby. Not too shabby with a few days remaining in the year. Tonight we'll try to knock out a good 10 hours. Do the same thing tomorrow night. And hopefully Monday night we can knock out the rest. Turn ever so slightly more inbound. It's speeding now 5.9 in terms of fuel when we get there, so that's not great. Well, it's fine, but alright, we gotta bring our speed back now. Alright. Scout traffic here, not 36 Romeo. Reducing speed now, 19 knots. Turning base now, ILS approach runway 08 right. Currently level 3000. Gallic traffic. .300 heading. Go ahead and get yoke cam up now. flaps 3 now. Raise to the speed to 180 now. Gatwick traffic here, not 36 Romeo is on about a 15-mile final now. ILS approach runway 08 right. Gatwick traffic. We got about 15 miles to run. Alright, landing lights are on. Good. Can get the gear down in a moment. The sim is looking absolutely gorgeous, though. Just to say so myself. It's looking absolutely gorgeous. This is one beautiful arrival. Alright, what are you doing, your wings? Gatwick traffic area not 36 Romeo, reducing speed now 160 knots. Gatwick traffic. It'll be 160 knots until 4-mile final.
Diesel traffic, speed about 84 kilo, vector taxi holding point November 85 Bravo. Diesel traffic.
Water medium. What's this guy doing? Is he holding for us? Yeah. Yeah, he's holding for us. He's way too experienced to be pulling the shit I thought he was gonna pull. Noted. Gatwick traffic area not 36 Romeo, and now 7.5 mile final. ILS approach runway 08 right. Gatwick traffic. Right, what are these winds again? Service wind for Gatwick 030 degrees, 8 knots.
Diesel traffic speed board 171, starting, should start, runway 09, right.
What? What? Someone doesn't know what they're doing. Alright. Gear is down. Landing check is complete. Alright.
Diesel traffic, speed about 84 kilo, vector line up away in Suriname.
Damn, the autopilot's struggling in this. Only doing about 130 on the ground speed. Wonder why it feels like we're going so slow. Alright. Final call, Gatwick traffic here, not 36 Romeo, landing now runway 08, right. Final call, Gatwick traffic.
1,000.
Reduce to our final approach speed.
Ether traffic speedboat at 84 Peter Victor taking off runway 09 right, only 6,000 by the link 1 Juliet's departure.
Alright, take this over by hand. Now, my controls.
Approaching 08 right.
Pretty strong headwind. Then again, Gatwick approach is messy on a good day. Continue approach. Stick that nose down, you bigot. Continue.
100.
The traffic speedboat on 7 line up runway 09 right,
50. 40.
ready to take off by Booty 1 Peter.
Retard.
Initial climb.
Retard.
6,000.
That was firm. And off center line. But, okay, that wasn't bad. Now, can we try to get off here? Gatwick traffic here, not 36 Romeo, now vacated runway 08 right, Gatwick traffic.
Gatwick traffic, Griffin's 9 Golf Delta, take off to the right.
Alright, flaps away. Go ahead and do those. Take stand 554. Where is it? Go EKCH. So Juliet via Juliet Lima. Sorry, Juliet. Or sorry. Via Delta Romeo Juliet in Quebec Alpha stand 554. Gatwick traffic here, not 36 Romeo taxi now stand 554 via Delta Romeo Lima and Quebec Alpha. Gatwick traffic. That makes up for that, for our landing, for our previous landing into Copenhagen. And Gatwick's looking beautiful today. Gatwick's looking absolutely gorgeous today. Welcome to Gatwick.
to traffic, brake 1, speed of EKCH to uniform, stand 5.7, pushing back, facing east.
Yeah, you're a bit floaty on that touchdown, but it's what you expect from a really strong headwind. Taking stand 554. And this dingus hogging it. It doesn't appear. It doesn't appear that way. You can go and get the AP running now. All right. Oh, that's a cool touch that I never saw before. That makes this scenery infinitely worth it. That's a cool little touch I've never seen before. Alright, parking brake is set. APU is available. Go ahead and do both engine shutdown. Wait a minute for both. I parked a bit skew. Probably. Yeah, I do see it a little. Alright, both engines shut down now. Beacons off. Austin line landing. Yeah, I did feel that Austin line landing, but it was overall not too bad. 9.79. 9.79. Not bad at all. Pretty decent touchdown. It was 1.37 Gs, 237 feet per minute in challenging conditions. So, anyway, I think that's gonna do it for me. I'm gonna get to bed. I'm gonna try to get some more sleep. Hope to come back to y'all tomorrow for the ability to do a full 12-hour stream or something like that. Anyway, like I said, that's gonna do it for me. It's been good fun, roughly 6 hours, and I will see you all later tonight for a Baltimore Heathrow, and then probably a few legs beyond that. See you all tonight. So long.
With EKCH to